Okay, can I hear the voice? Okay, can I hear? Ah, it's here. Okay. 6 days, guys. No stress, zero stress.
New project and I'm running.
But today, I think we're gonna have a talk. Like in terms of what to complete. And I think that we should somehow integrate the Steam leaderboards and everything else and the achievements, because otherwise we are effed. Players have to be engaged a bit more, you know. I know that they can complete a game, you know, after they, for example, gathered enough cartridges, they gain enough skill and so on. But still, I think that we should somehow also add the replayability for us, the old guys, you know, who play the game from the beginning. And that's why I'm thinking about adding the Steam integration right now. We have some, how should I say, libraries, and I really hope that this isn't going to be too hard to implement. It's not a lot of, how should I say, I mean, definitely all the masks and everything and so on, but I think I'm gonna LLM the crap out of it, you know, because the first implementation of the leaderboards is gonna be quite simple, I'd say. We're gonna go maybe for daily, weekly, and then we're gonna have additional filters by friends, so you know, you only get the results from friends, and so on. And yeah, that's it. Good morning, Logan. How's it going? All fine on your side, everybody? Cool? What do you think about the idea? Are we gonna add leaderboards and daily runs? Kind of ish, maybe 15 minutes longer. 15 minutes longer, but yeah, we'll see how it goes. So, that's great, dude. Hopefully I'll deliver something. And I'm just gonna check out this stuff that we have to implement here. I kind of was already prompting the dude for that. For Steam Achievement Manager, Steam Leaderboard Manager, Leaderboard UI and so on. We'll see. I'm not gonna implement everything, but there's the thing. For Godot, there's a plugin that exists for Steam. And I think it's called Godot Steam GD extension. This one. And I just gotta check out which version this supports. And if this is the latest one, 4.18.1. Now where can I see it? They're not hosting it on the... Ah, okay. It is. They're not hosting it on the GitHub. Lucky for them. But we're gonna have to go through the documentation, because this is primarily like written for, I believe, what is it called, for GD script. So we'll see what's gonna go on here. Well, before we commit to something like that, no, actually that's good. I was working on a ship dialogue a bit, so this is broken currently. Yeah, there's a spoiler ahead. I can spoil it because you're like the only person watching now. So I'm gonna spoil it a bit. The point is gonna be that you get a good ending only if you don't have any cartridges equipped. Okay? It's a curveball, I know. But that's how it is. That's how it's gonna be. And by good ending, don't expect cinematics. Just a journal and a log or something like that. But it's style integrated. to the reason. I'm not gonna spoil why, but that's gonna be it. That's the condition I have to check, and dialogue options to give to the player here. So I was working on that. Ready to leave, and then I have the option let Alma take over piloting and leave, set the course to Sun and trap Alma in it. So 2 options. This is going to unlock something, and that's gonna unlock something. But this option is only going to be available if the cartridge count is 0. So, major spoiler. A lot of people aren't gonna know about it, but I think that you're so core in the development team that, yeah, in terms of testing and everything, that I have to at least give you heads up what can happen, you know. Okay? But, yeah, enough of the spoilers. We're gonna go with the Steam leaderboards. So this thing has to be installed. I think that we have everything committed. Only a couple of dialogues were there, but that's okay. So I want to see what's gonna happen. Oh, Solocorium, hello. I hope that I didn't spoil too much thanks to you. Oh, I see. People are getting on the stream now. 6 viewers, okay. I gotta shut my pie hole about the spoilers. Thanks to everybody, yeah. So far so good. Now this was added, and then I believe I have to enable it in the plugins. It's good if you can use something that's been written by somebody else. I know that for Unity you have like a .NET wrapper and package for the leaderboard, so there it wasn't such a pain in the ass. But here maybe I'm gonna have more difficulties trying to implement this. What first? Yeah, so I expect kind of reading a lot of docs. But I think there's like a repo, steamworks.net, not this one, but other one. Not wrapper for Unity. There's like a thing like this with Steamworks. So there's an option C, manual installation, download the latest version, blah blah blah, and then you have to add it and so on. I used the same package in Reynolds 7 years ago. I guess it's still going strong, and I like it, love it when they don't complicate. But the problem is this has Steam Manager and it's dependent on Unity's classes for now. So I'm gonna try to navigate around this library for now, and I'm gonna try to get this one, but the implementation is made in C#. I mean in GD script. I kinda want to use the C#, but then again I'm not so sure if it's necessary. I mean, it would come in handy if I'm using it already for the modals and everything. But I know that I can make cross calls between C# and GD script. So that's a possibility. I'm not just sure how do I listen to events, you know, when stuff completes in the GD script and I send it to C#. This would be making like making a Frankenstein, but what we would do is we'd get rid of another package, because this thing here, somewhere here, there's a good Steam C# bindings package. And this thing was updated like 2 months ago, which isn't that bad. I highly appreciate it. It has 128 stars. So that's kind of okay. But sometimes I get a feeling that things like these could kind of get yeah, dropped from maintaining. Because for this one, I'm sure this one is very dependent on everybody. Everybody uses this one. Okay, we have cool plugin. Tutorial. Every so often we get someone who asks how to use Go.Steam with C#, so I figured that I would write this up. I have never used C#, so my understanding of it is pretty much null and void. Okay. To the point, Go.Steam does not have C# version currently. I have attempted a few times to make them, but they always seem to fail. Thankfully for those of you using GD extension version of the project, there is a lovely project that will help. Thanks to Laura WebDev. We have the school plugin. While I'm still trying to get up to speed on all C# business, you can read more about how it works on GitHub. But the commutation of this thing... Install the Go.C# bindings by adding the add-on to your project's add-on folder. Okay, but how do I continue with this? Like there's like not a lot of gotta love those things, you know. Yo. First AI layoff happening at my company. Uh-oh. Yo, hi Nehes. The hiring during COVID was bloated to the moon. They hired too many people. Now it's still normalizing. Yep. It is heft. It is heft. I completely agree with it. Drop me coffee. I don't know. What is this gonna do? If I just go through the leaderboards and everything else through here, I'm kind of thinking, what if I just simply use GD script for this thing? But no. Huh. Or if we take a look at a couple of other tutorials as well. But using steamworks.net. Okay. We'll check it out. Here's a one. Let me just mute the song a bit. Pause it. Then Solokorium says he was also just kind of a fraud. He wasn't doing much, so semi-true, but this function has been wholly replaced. Yeah. But I think the bounce is inevitable. There will be tons of stuff that wipe coded. Yeah. Okay, let's listen to the dude. What do you do here? 2 years old tutorial, I don't know. So he's using actually the steamworks.net, the package from Unity. Aha, Unity / C#. Okay.
Standalone one.
Standalone. You take it.
So once you're done with that, just print it into your project.
Alrighty.
Do like something like this. I'm gonna rename this for simplicity sake and name it Steamworks, because it's gonna make it easier in the long run.
Okay.
Next thing we're gonna want to do is hook up C# so it knows that we have Steamworks.
Alrighty.
So I'm gonna have to make a quick start there.
We're gonna make a Steam controller or something like that.
So you got working. Next you're gonna want to do is go to Project, Tools, C# and create a C# solution.
Why? Why?
Create folder and name it hordes. Doesn't have to be please whatever you want to.
Auto loads, okay.
In this
Hey.
case, I'm going to be making Steamworks folder. C#. That's it. BNC project.
So he generated that.
BNC project. And we're going to have to add in references to all of our different Steamworks. So, on this.
Version 20, something blah blah blah.
It depends on the Windows. If we're running Windows, it might
I suck at this.
compared to if we're on Linux.
CS Proj editing.
The Linux.
Added a couple of things,
Allow.
but through Nougat.
Okay. So
Okay.
might as well. We'll give them information that we've done it.
Aha, so using Steamworks and so on.
And we all
Then what happens here? You have exit tree and everything else. What do you do in the beginning?
deals.
Do you have a GitHub? CS Proj? GitHub? No GitHub.
Well, we're just gonna I get an error. If you get this error, it's an issue to do with Widow 4.
Widow 4,
It's been
okay.
fixed yet. So you're gonna have to natively join the library. Now that we have the autoloader working, we're gonna have to add 2, and if you don't have an ID, that's fine. You can choose the default. Everyone owns this. It's Space War. It's doesn't really exist.
Steam app ID, I remember this one from my old game.
Start it. I can see that I'm playing Space War.
Yeah, but it, Steamworks. Let's see, let's put on some music. Yeah, now this stream is gonna be more or less kind of ping-ponging me trying to figure out how to work with this library a bit. So this is the one. And basically what the dude went and did is option C, manual installation, master branch, direct link. Okay, what is direct link? Direct link downloads it directly, which is cool. Okay, once imported, the included editor scripts will copy Steam app ID text into the root of your project. Okay, I think we just have to create this one. And we have to figure out what our Steam API is. And before I continue messing with this thing, I'm gonna just remove the go to Steam GD extension. Don't want it. Always have trouble with setting up things. Kind of used to it. Well, that's how it goes. Removing it. And now the dude wants me to create like Steam app ID text file, something like that as well. Create text file. Let me just copy the correct wording of the file. Steam app ID.text. This is needed like in the root. I think so. Create new text file. .txt. Okay, and this only has to okay, .txt. This only has to have like the app ID specified 480. I think it's the default one. It's a space shooter game something, but I think we could go with the app ID that we have for our game. And I think this thingy here that we have is what? Where can I get it? I know that I can get it in Steam somewhere. Somewhere here as well. App ID, this is the thing. 2672700. Okay. I'm gonna copy it. 267. Come on. Come on, brain. Brain today. 2700. I think that's okay. So the Steam app ID has been added. And that thing was downloaded. I'm just gonna try to unpack it from the downloads. There's like tons of helper classes and everything, but I just want to have like the base dependency of this on this battle tested library, I'd say. Don't want to handle the GD script as well, because it makes no sense. I mean, it's possible that you call everything from C# to GDescript and from GDescript to C#, but why would we do that? We have to ask ourselves. Okay, let me find it. Where is it? Created, modified. Hello, I'm looking for the library. Steamworks.net master. Okay, now this is gonna become interesting wiring things up, because I suck at this, most definitely. And I wonder how long before I'm gonna give up and work on bug fixes. So where did you place them? You placed them in the root, res Steamworks, okay. First one. And we're gonna rename them also to something humane. So that's it. But the content of this thing is what? Okay. Yo, this doesn't look really the same structure that we have here. Standalone. Nope, this already changed. Yo, not 6 days before, huh? And not on stream, definitely. Let me read some chat. Some copium. So, ooh, the guys are having heavy debates. That's cool. Okay. So Solocorium asks what language does he code in, and then Nehes says that he had an argument on LinkedIn with an AI bro. Yeah. Don't worry about that. They're not gonna think about it. You know? So much. That they don't hire the new people and train them. It's like when everything from production was moved to China, you know? They didn't give a fuck about everybody else losing their job. Only that more money comes in the pockets, and that's it. And now, when the services aren't enough, when you would have to build something, you don't have the building capacities or know-how even. So, that's just the circle. How it goes. It always comes down to money and very short-term thinking from companies, usually. Driven by greed. Okay. Okay. So there's like Face Punch Steamworks and this Steamworks. Ah, here you have a separate non-unity instructions. Better. Advance in the opposite direction. We gotta get it up and running as soon as possible. And we're gonna do it the first way. Okay, installed successfully. Plugins. Now, crawl back to the cave where I came from. This one. Overview. The difference between these two. Okay, overview. Initializing Steam. Let's start here. Okay, preparations. Before we go any further, it's recommended that you enable logging in your project if you haven't done so. Well, I think we have logging enabled by default. Or enable file logging. I have it. It should be Steam app ID. Okay, so it's adding stuff to project settings. Steam. Is there Steam here? Looking for Steam. Ah, here it is. App ID. Okay, looky. We can use this app ID directly here. What's the content? I think we had this open somewhere here. Yeah. Come on. We slap it in. 2672700. Initialize on startup. Okay. And what's about the embed callbacks? I don't know what's that about. Might as well read about it. So, like Steam init and Steam init X, which just sets the Steam app ID and Steam game ID environment variables under the hood. Okay. You can pass the app ID to either Steam init or Steam init. Okay. Method 3 init. You have like 4 or 5 different ways of setting the Steam app ID. Yo, this is just insane. One is from the text file, others are from here, and so on. Okay. So, initialize Steam from ready. In my personal project, I usually create an autoload GD script called Steamworks GD, which is added as a singleton. I then create a function called initialize Steam and add the code below. This is then called from the ready function in my Steamworks GD. Let's use it. Close. We have to be sure we're making now GD script. Steamworks GD. Simple node. Okay, and I think that this is going to be like on the first thing in the auto load. Why do I think I'm missing something? No, global. Aha, I have it in global. Global is responsible for those things as well, but I'm gonna keep it here for now. Boom, boom, boom. Ah. New scene. This can be just a normal node. And to this one we attach the script. Okay. Let's rename it. Scenes. Good. Project, we go to globals, and now I think we can add it. And we're gonna drag it up here. Or as the last one, why the hell not? I still would kind of... Ah, you can actually do it. But not on the first place, okay. It's kind of sucky. Close. Now, we're gonna have to check if the logging is enabled. Logging. We do have it. What is that PC? Logpad is okay. Max log files 5, that's okay. But what's the difference? I mean, we have... This is probably PC specific. I don't know. Anyway. This is what we're gonna be looking for. Let's clear it up. And if we hit play. There is a whole security layer that we would have to kind of implement as well in the game. So that's a thing. If you don't want to the people to hack your leaderboards, we're not gonna do this in this first iteration. But otherwise you can have like a hook that only certain server is allowed to submit something. Did something happen? This didn't execute. Why didn't it execute? I saved it. Hello. Well, it's here. I have the correct one on the top. No print going on. Huh. Thanks. Thanks to Lacodium for attaching the link. Any Windows users having an issue lately where your machine's time just resets to GMT and you can't change it back to your actual time zone? What? Really? You guys have problems like that. But why doesn't this thing spit it out? I mean, I extend it from the node, I have it on the ready initialize team, I call it, and then I do this. There's something else wrong here. What if I tried to print, dude? Do you even get called? Uh-huh. Yeah, I think that the difference is, I don't know, one is .pc, maybe it's for personal computer logging only enabled and not on consoles, I don't know. Do I see dude in here? I don't see a dude. Why? Why? But I have it. Project settings, Steamworks, scenes, steamworks.tsn. What am I doing wrong? If I take a look at the remote, it's here. Then why the hell don't you call ready? Look at that. Guys, anybody with GDescript experience? Here I'm kind of expecting that this would print now. If I have function ready, print dude and initialize team after that. It is here in the tree itself, so it's been added, but nothing's printed. Like, what the hell? Did I attach the correct one? Yeah, it's here. Check it out. Steamworks is up here. Process and everything is enabled. Wooty hell. No. Is it maybe not printf or print line? No, it's definitely print. This is from the tutorial itself. I think Neches, he uses like GDescript, right? Well, I think that this should be correct. I should see a print statement unless I'm printing this out too early. Maybe. What if I go and... Yeah, but I print a ton of stuff. What if I just try to slap it on later? Maybe the order is like printing this too early and it gets lost in the logs. That's also a possibility. So we're kind of expecting to see dude at least. Overflow. Aha, okay, something's going on. Status 0. I guess we didn't print it there. It got lost. So it's kind of working. And dude is also printing. Let's see. See, but the console... This one in here, the output isn't printing anything. If I take a look at it in the terminal, I see the outputs correctly. Aha. Warning, auto initialization and manual initializations were used. It is recommended you remove one Steam initialization method. Okay. Okay. Probably we set something in the plugin itself. somewhere in this theme. Initialization. Initialize and start up. Okay, now we do this immediately, which is kind of okay. So we don't have to call that. But I guess I have to listen to the callback somewhere, right? Ah! What's going on? Yo, something happened. Silicodium, wrong one. If anything, hold on, I'll flag things for approval, that it's sure. Yeah, right? Simon is again being that creepy guy, you know. Like in the adult movies. Polishing something while looking at other stuff. Yeah. Ah. Okay, back to crappity crap. So initialize. In my personal projects I usually create autoload GD script called steamworks GD, which is added as a singleton. I didn't create a function. Okay. Then we have to get rid of the first thing. And the first thing that we're getting rid of is definitely initialize on startup, because we're initializing it here. At least we're gonna know from where everything is coming. Now I shouldn't get that warning anymore. I'm gonna be looking at this Ptixis terminal, because otherwise this doesn't give me the whole output. Okay. Let's Steam initialize, nothing happened yet. Status 0, verbal empty. Why you do this to me? Just like the appd, you can also automatically initialize Steam when the game starts by setting the following option. Yeah. To help people using Forward Plus who were having issues with Steam overlay. Okay. It will populate the initialization result in the Steam init result dictionary. That is accessible by calling get Steam init result at any time in your code. Okay. Another good option is Steam init x, which will always send back dictionary with 2 keys value verbal. Aha, okay, so it was initialized. 0 is good. Usually I would interpret 0 as false. Okay. This function has the following 2 arguments, which are optional app ID and embed callbacks bool. This will also populate the Steam init result dictionary internally, which can be called at any time get Steam init result. Yeah, you said this twice. Okay. You can also use Steam init, but this only return. You see, it kind of bothers me that it doesn't follow the naming convention of Godot. But this only return a boolean true or false with no other details. Okay. Migrating from earlier versions. Okay, callbacks. A very important piece of Steamwork is getting callbacks from Steam itself in response to different functions. To receive callbacks, you will need to have a own callbacks function running somewhere, preferably every frame or so. For this, there are 3 methods available. Okay, now you can do millions of things already by just clicking this stuff. Okay, so if they were having like forward plus issues, if you do it this way, I think that we're gonna skip this one and we're gonna set it both Here, initialize and embed callbacks. Now I wonder what the embed callbacks will do. Much like passing it to initialization functions, this will run callbacks internally through process. However, currently if you set this to true and have auto initialization set to true... Are you fucking kidding me? Check it out. However, currently if you have set this to true and have auto initialization set to true, it will crash the editor. This will be fixed. Okay, now what? Now it's... Now I have to... pedal back. Okay, and I initialized like this. See? Guys, reading stuff. And hopefully understanding it the first time when I read it. Yeah, exactly. Like, at least they told me, and that's good. They told me, but why is there option there? Okay. Okay. Pass it to initialization. You can pass through as the second argument to either initialization function and have go to Steam check for callbacks internally. Add it to process. The standard method has been adding Steam run callbacks function to the process function like so. I highly suggest, like the initialization process, you put this process function with the Steam run callbacks in a global singleton script, so it's always checking for callbacks. Okay. Some users have noticed that if their run callback sits in a script or node that can be paused, it will fail to trigger. Okay, so if it's not in a global script, make sure this function resides in a script or node that is always processing. I get it, but okay, now instead of that option, now if I'm correctly anticipating, I mean understanding, you want me to override the func for process. Func process, if that's the correct syntax, I completely forgot of the GD script. Ah, okay. I copied it. What's wrong? Spaces and stuff like that, huh? Of course. Yo. Then I don't need the embed callbacks now. So it's running it in the process. So far, so good. Checking for errors. The return dictionary from Steam init or get init Steam results can be printed so you can see the reason for failures when they occur. For instance, we can just close the game if Steam fails to initialize correctly. I don't want to do that. But okay. Or you can also just disable Steam functions. That's useful. So Steam enabled is false by default. Otherwise, Steam enabled true. Okay. This is reasonable to have something like that stored somewhere here. And we're gonna check it out. Copy it here. That's gonna be interesting. Now the magic of GD script syntax. Oh. So initialize response is more than Steam API init result. Okay, that's more than 0. Okay, I do this here, but why are you complaining? Use space character for notation instead of tab. I'm too old for this. Why you? Ah, the syntax. I just can't effing believe it. You see, that's why I... Sorry, I don't want to shit on anything, but I just don't like it. I really don't like it. I really, really don't like the syntax of this thing. No, 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 no. Did you see I had to wrestle a lot, like, completely. A lot with the indentations and so on. Okay, now... Let's print the result, baby steps. How can I print it? Can I do plus? I think I can. No? Not the way you do it. Invalid. Can I do to string or something? Fucking hell. This is the way. And why the hell do you have like percentage sign here? Okay. Restarting. So far, so good. Steam enabled. True. Okay. So this is enabled. Back to reading. How far can we get? Getting more data. Oh, that's nice. There are a ton of functions you can call after initialization to gather more data about your user. Everything from location to language use to avatars, etc. While we won't go over each of them in this tutorial, here are some things you can grab. App install depots. Okay, app languages, app owner, build ID, game language, install directory, is on Steam Deck, is on VR, is online, is owned. Ah, this one is important. Launch command line, what is that? Steam username. Okay. Okay, okay. Aha, so Logan says something. We get more settings. Is there a way you can have the screen shake be on a slider or maybe between like three options? I would still like the screen shake, but it's a bit much. Yeah, in the polishing phase. Okay? Something like that. Write it down somewhere as a suggestion. Okay, now this is here, additional resources. Integrating Steam works by 5. Okay, go to Steam, how it works, initialization by Gramps. Steam integration by GWiz. So after initialization, we're gonna work with the leaderboards part. If you decide you want to attach UGC to your leaderboards, what is UGC? This will be one of the integers in our... Something going on? Oh, hello! Discord peeps. Multiplying. Aha, yeah, you would like to playtest or something? That's what you're asking about. Let me see, I think that's somewhere over the rainbow. I can spare a test key. Like this. Sending it to private, okay? Solokor. Why can't I send it? What's with that? Wait, are you a human? I am a human. Okay. Yeah, I've sent you a DM. It's there. Find leaderboard. Getting leaderboards in a loop. Some users have wanted to pull a leaderboard sample from the get-go. Uploading scores. But where are the callbacks? Passing extra details. You can add small data as detail, for example embedding the character name as a string into that leaderboard entry. If you try to put detail that has a bigger size than possible, it will simply ignore it. Okay, baby steps. Inputs, this is probably for Steam inputs maps, I don't care about that for now. But initializing, we've initialized it. Now okay. Let me see more tutorials that I have. So this is the following program features 1 year ago.
Available on Steam in December. Or the game has come back in a dictionary, which will contain 2 different keys, one called status and one called verbose. There is also a function called Steam Init, which was the original function Valve added. However, it's supposed to be a boolean, but we modified it enough to get similar responses to Steam Init EX and the Steam Init. Not pass the app ID through the initialization function, your game's app ID init. This file must reside where the editor is or the exported game is. Now, do not use this app ID text file if you are passing the app ID to the initialization process, nor if you are setting as an environment variable. Now, in all these cases, this app ID is only necessary if you are testing the game outside of the Steam client itself. When the game is run from the Steam client and already knows what game you're running, this app ID is kind of irrelevant. Okay, so at this point we are ready to initialize Steam, and we should get a response dictionary out of this. We'll be looking for the status key, and we're going to want that to be 0. Or the
Just gonna mute the song a bit.
Steam _API _init _result _OK. Naturally, if you are using GD native, there are no enums included, so you'll have to make sure it says 0. As you can see in this code, if it fails to initialize skillet
12-minute tutorial in
pop up window that
2026.
tells the user what is happening,
Yeah.
give it some kind of error
I have to
response, and then
give you like an option.
as you can see here, there's a little bit more information about the dictionary you get back. The verbal response obviously being the verbose text response from the Steam client.
Got this.
Most you make another one. That's pretty easy to fix. You just
What is the Steam app ID.text.text? Okay.
show extensions and then just snip off that extra .txt. Also, you'll get an error 79 sometimes. This is typically because your package or depots are not set up correctly. We'll talk about that in a later tutorial, and there is a link in our doc is not running library, or they're just not authorized to use it for user stats. And again, if you could not or did not pass the argument for embedding callbacks, you will need to use run callbacks somewhere in a process in one of your scripts. Ideally, this would be a global singleton that is running, so it's just running all the time. But if you don't feel like you need callbacks in every single scene, you can just isolate it to the scenes you believe you need it for. Another thing I like to do is I have a thing called Steam Callback Wrapper. I can just send the function and the signal to it, bind them, and then see if there's any kind of error with the connections. And now we have our callback for user stats. It will send back the user ID, the result, and the app ID. Mostly these will always be exactly what you expect them to be, but you should definitely check for, obviously the wrong data. I like the big collection, which is always fun and a little scary. These 5 functions are specific for Skillet, but will kind of show you the depth of what you can pull directly after initialization current player is using. You can also call get app install directory, which will show you exactly where the user has installed the game. It may not be in the place you expect it to be.
Yeah.
And I like to call this just for any kind of mods, DLC, or anything else. Next, we'll grab some user data. Most importantly is the get Steam ID, since you'll be using this in other places. You can also pull things like the game's current language, the Steam client's UI language, when the game get the app owner, which will probably give you different information if this 3D later to display settings for Steam Deck itself. Also get to
There's an option, it's low violence. What? If somebody has that through, the heads will be rolling. Oh, guys.
Steam is running in VR mode. And lastly is subscribed. Is subscribed will tell you whether or not this user owns the game. This can be used for soft piracy blocks. They are not really effective, but it is a good way to check whether or not this person really owns the game. Next, we'll talk a little bit about checking for DLC. You can use get DLC count to see how many pieces of your DLC the user owns. You can then loop through those to see how many of those are actually installed. If they are not installed, you can run a function to install them manually, and we will get into that in a later DLC tutorial.
As this DLC, I'm also thinking about, maybe you include it already in the base game and then just look if the dude has it installed. That's it. Boolean check. Not sure if I would have like a
And last but not least,
complete security package for downloading that stuff and handling.
What this does is it
What is that?
through a series of app IDs for other Godot-made games to unlock skins, cosmetics, and so forth. All you have to do is call is subscribed app and pass in the app ID, and it will tell you whether or not the user owns that game. This is really great for cross-promotion if you want to do things with other games and other developers. For Skillet's purposes, we grant promo items related to these games, which are, again, skins, cosmetics.
Yo, promo app. This could be from Reynard. If you own the Reynard the game, you could get the Fox skin, That's a possibility, if I can check it. And it's like a tiny tribute to my first theme game.
Inventory in a later tutorial too. And that is about it for our initial.
Okay, so far so good, but guys, I'm on a tight schedule for this thing, and I think I'm gonna vibe code the crap out of it. Hard to admit it, but this is how it's gonna be. I'm gonna say, Mr. Cloud, you're gonna write all the functions, and I'm gonna have trouble debugging it and trying to make the UI work. Because that's where you suck, and I suck even more. But that's how it's gonna be. Epico. Let's see. We have this here. Where's the Godot? Let's slap on the music so I don't hear all the AI complaints. But we're gonna say, Mr. Jibbity, 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 I need you to work on this. Add like Steam user data that I can have. Write a function. Write complete leaderboard submission patches etc. Daily, weekly, all-time, friends only, etc. I'm using GD extension. Go to Steam. I'll be using one thing. Just wait a minute. I have a previous chat somewhere up here. Now I wanna check it out. Okay, Steam controller CS. Uno poquito momento. So namespace. I wanna see one thing. If I have this here. Wait up. I'm gonna take this one away. And I'm still gonna try to go with the C# way. If it's gonna work, if not, we're gonna keep this mumbo jumbo from here. But that's okay. I'm just gonna remove it from the global for now. And where's the thing? The thing. Not this one. Anyway, now the API should be probably very similar to original, only by it's gonna use like the methods from, what is it called? This is dev stable, no. Two years ago, not stable. Dev. Wow, that tick. Damn, boy. Readme. And then the readme sucks. How do I install it? How do I install this? Go to Steam Patcher. I have no clue how to run it. If there would be like, we are currently working on this version, support, getting started, install the go to Steam C# bindings by adding the add-in to your project's add-in folder. Okay. C# bindings. Okay, that's it probably. 1 second. So we go to add-ins. I copy paste this one and I slap it in. C# bindings, project settings, plugins. Unable to load add-on script from path. Why? I guess I need all 3 of them. 1 second. 1 second. Where are you at? Go to Steam. This is the same. Now comes this one. What do we do now? I followed the instructions for sure. Basically has all of these things written. Jesus Christ, holy moly, fuckamole. 10k lines, okay. Okay, that's interesting. So that's a Steam class. Sorry about ignoring a chat, but yeah, kind of looking at the stuff, checking how I could make it work. Well, I have it enabled. But I can't enable this one. For some specific reason. Now why? If I take a look at the... So, install the godded Steam C# bindings by adding the add-on to your project's add-ons folder. It can't get more straightforward than that. Maybe I need all of them? Maybe the newer version is a bit broken? And that's why it's completely like copy and paste it. I can try that one as well. Okay. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna check out the plugins. They're all disabled. The globals, the Steamworks still is here, which is okay. I'm not gonna modify it, but I'm gonna do this. I'm gonna delete these 2 things. And I'm gonna copy all 3 of the plugins that have been included. Because there's a C# wrapper generator for GD extension. I guess this is needed. And I have to add all 3 of them. At least this is what I think, because it's in the add-ons folder. Now what do I have to do? I set the project, plugins. Unable to load. Okay. No. Doom and gloom, doom and gloom. But why don't I see the normal good at Steam? What if I just simply reload the current project? The initial set of bindings were created by C# wrapper generator for GD extension project. For better usability, we have developed a patcher system that applies changes to the auto-generated glue code. These patches in the script for applying them are located. Yeah, please check out patchers readme for more. Why do I need this? We go full Skyrim mode. Yeah. This shouldn't be needed. Let me see it again. It's here. And if I go to project settings, plugins, for some mysterious reasons, this disappeared. There's no more Godot Steam itself. What the hell? Hello. Adam Rethinker, thanks for the follow. Thanks for the follow. Brave Traveler, hello. Hello everybody. I mean, no, it didn't eat it. I just don't know how to install it. That first one was... I don't know anymore. I see that this is going to be like... Calvaria, we call it. Like a slow death. And I'm not gonna mess with it for too long today, because we still have to work on other things as well. If we're not gonna get this started. But if we go simply with Steam... This is server extension, we don't need that. I download it. I think it is, yeah. 2 newbies, yeah. Welcome, fellas. I'm trying to integrate like Steam extension into the project to add leaderboards and unlockables like achievements and so on. But yeah, it's gonna take way more time than I anticipated. Especially because I'm making a game in C#. And the package is in GDscript. I currently use like a GDscript package from a dialog. But this one has like very good bindings in C# as well. So that wasn't that of a problem. But this is gonna need some things, and I have to learn about all the data that we have to store for Steam and so on. That's gonna be interesting. That's gonna be very, very interesting. And it's requesting like for a very long time. Why you no work? I'm not sure if I have internet issues or why did it hang up. Huh. It like stopped working. Hello. Ay, 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 ay. Godo to. Okay, it's failing to load with the parts error, I know. Just ignore it for now. Install the package and it's gonna work well. Or do you have trouble with installing stuff if some error pops up? That could be the reason as well, but... Steam, GD extension, download, requesting, okay, it's downloading. I'm gonna slap install now. Okay, finally, scanning actions, what's going on here? Okay, and the errors are gone, right? Yeah. So we're gonna have to start from that, and I hate it. Because that thing didn't work as it should. Okay, what are we gonna need? We're gonna need like user data, leaderboards. I'm gonna say to him, all good, but I've decided gonna use plugin Steamworks directly. Since I have problem installing one second. Godot Steam is used, not raw Steamworks, because it's de facto standard for Godot 4 and exposes Steam callbacks proper Godot signals, making async. Okay. Okay, then how is this requesting stuff? Where do I get the Steam Bridge stuff? Red. Aha. Get singleton Steam. Is it possible that it knows already all the API related stuff? Okay. I'm gonna be like really impressed if this vibe coded everything in the way that I told it to. Vibe coded in quotation marks. So I have scripts. I'm gonna work with this. I'm gonna try it out a bit. Here I'm gonna have like Steam. I'm gonna rename this to Steam only, because all of the related classes I'm gonna crap in here. And first thing first, I'm gonna go with... Oh, second the phone. Still got some plumbers, so I had to check out something. Anyway, we were at Steam here, Steam Works. So this is like the autoload that we have here. And Mr. Claude, he kind of wrote a couple of classes for us. Ah, not GD. Create new script, C#. Steam controller. That's my domain. And this thing is extending from node. Look at all of the instructions that we have also. Use the C#.NET flavor. There's no C#.NET flavor. F you. I can't install it. The real good C# situation. There's no single C# flavor download. Yeah, okay, 3 installation routes. And only one of them works cleanly with C#. Here's all 3, so you know exactly what to avoid and to use. Okay, part 1. Go to Steam, the native Steam plugin. We have this one. Yes, I do have it. Part B currently supports 4+4, okay. Drop its contents into add-ons. So it's asking me. One last try, dropping it. Dropped it in. Plugin is like completely empty. Okay. Why is that? Maybe it doesn't have to be enabled, I'm not sure. Probably. I'm freestyling now. Freestylo, waka microphone. And then in the scripts, Steam. We're gonna be slapping more stuff in it. Steam types. Okay, some structs created. Steam bridge. Steam Stats Manager. Steam Achievement Manager. Leaderboard UI. Okay. This is like a helper. It even gave me a scene structure. That's gonna be weird. I mean, we're gonna take a look at everything. What's going on here. That's for sure. But I gave it like instructions to give me for simple leaderboard management and that data fetching. So I think... even gave me a readme file. Okay. Usage guide. Let's see how many things break if we hit build. Gazillion, right? Of course. Steam Stats Manager is less accessible than property. How are you less accessible? Oh, everything is public. Alrighty then. Keep your secrets. So guys, what you working on today? Tell me something interesting. Hard to find a good playlist now. Synthwave, can we go with it for a bit? Okay. Let's see the breakage of it now. Sassy the Sasquatch, what is that? No, 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 dude. Logan, trying to beat the game, no cartridges. Wait up. Okay, it built it. No, I don't know the Sassy, the Sasquatch. I see that you even have like the Discord avatar. Wow, that's interesting. Okay guys, I think that we don't have any errors. I told him to split all of the things to me like super nice. It even created the readme DM. I mean MD. I'm gonna slap it in here. So the future Philip knows what the hell was going on, but look at that. Okay. So far so good. Now the usage. Project settings, autoload, Steam controller. Yes, but I'm gonna do that through global. That's where I manage my controllers. And this is gonna be the least important part now. Because maybe in the future we're gonna have like other controller, like Epic Games controller or something else. And we're gonna have to juggle with the game. It has to work also if we are not running it in the platform. We're gonna just have to make it... like not submit the... you know what? The high scores and so on. Okay, Steam controller is here. Controller vaccine. Instantiate. Boom. Yo. Like this. Alrighty, the instance is being made here, okay. So that's a short reference, never mind. I just want to set the global here as well. I have it. Don't ask why. That's the pattern I used for the controls, for controllers themselves back in the day. Okay. So that's been added now. He's just the best guy ever, role model for you. I have to take a look at it. When I have time. I was thinking about it in early access. It would be cool if we started branching the paths, you know, that from Rainy Road on, you can choose a way to go to Cavernous Depths or some kind of wind-swept canyon or something. Like different biome, you know. You have more choices. Like 2 Deidres appear. Different colors. I think I also colored them back in the day. And based on the color you know to which biome you go. Okay, now let me read it. I don't have to autoload it because I have it now here, which is okay. But how does it work? Usage. At the end of a daily run, await Steam controller instance submitted on result. If this is gonna work, I'm gonna cry. Final score result, leaderboard success, did the upload reach Steam? What the hell? Let's try to call it. I don't know how it's gonna work. But maybe we're gonna have an interactable somewhere for now that we can trigger it in game. Or simple one in game itself. We're gonna add, I don't know, 2D test scene, test stuff, new script. Now it's automatically giving me GD scripts recommendations. To hell with that. Okay. Create. Public void. I mean override void. Okay. So far, so good. And instead of Steam controller, what do I have to use? It namespaced it to me and everything using Steam. Is that it? Beautiful. Test. We're gonna submit 3000. Run duration is what? Time span. It added even time span, huh? Steam helper? Oh, Steam types. Duration? Time span. Oh, this is like the system thingy, huh? Okay. Never used it in my entire life. Okay. What is the example? What can I pass in here? Ticks, hours, minutes, seconds, days. Why would I want to pass it like that? I would only want to pass it in seconds. I can do it. Okay, so then it's 0, 0, and I don't know, 2000. Just to test it out. So that's a submit result. I submit it here. Remember guys, it's completely hackable, but we make it work first. What do I get from the result back? Do I have toString? Did it make something beautiful for me? Run result. Ah, it's here, huh? Run result. Come on. Submit result. Okay. GD print. You know what? I'm gonna utilize the stupid one to write the toString to me. Don't wanna waste time. Okay. There we go. Now we can easily see when we call 2-string. Much more beautiful thingy. Aha! Second long road to connect the biomes. It could be. It could be, it could be. We can expand upon it. We just have to be... I can try to keep the run length like an hour. Or maybe having the ability to go on the longer road. Something. You know, there could be like an additional choice. If I make any sense. Okay, now this test stuff. We're gonna slap it in the camp. Which ironically is called test level. Just a second. But Logan, otherwise, the cartridges only from the player, not the companion ones, you know. Companion skills, you can level him up and so on. So, no levels for... Because I'm trying to set the lore with Alma. Alma is important. Do I have test stuff? Add a child. No, actually I'm gonna create a new one. Unsaved. Test stuff. Okay, I just have to save it. Scenes, test stuff, scene, good. And basically I can slap it somewhere else, write a quick code and see how it behaves at that part of the scene. Aha, I get it. But did you start a new run? That's cool. You had Izzy already there, right? Did he appear by default? And you should have like already 4 cartridges unlocked. I think this kind of helps. Okay, now let's see what's gonna happen with this thing. You had to find Izzy. But did you have a fresh run? Like completely fresh run. Because this was added like a couple of patches ago, if I'm not mistaken. Oh, then it's not good. Izzy should be in the camp. Then we have to fix it. Because I want the player to see that, okay, this is the cartridge system. Thank you, dude. I still didn't add the new graveyards online, right? And the book patch, so that's kind of missing. Let's see, nothing logged. Did it? I'm gonna restart it and see. Okay, test gets triggered. Submit result gets triggered. But then it's waiting. Do I get something output? Huh. There we go, what's that? Test of test. Line 17. Object reference not set to the instance of an object. How the hell? Yo, I think I completely forgot about it. 1 second. Steam controller. Not only that we have it here, I have to create a scene for it, of course. Where is controller? Create new scene. Steam controller, an ordinary node. We slap the Steam controller on it. So far so good. And now in the global, we wire it together. Now this error should kind of disappear. We should be seeing something if that's working. Okay, the test is stopping. I don't see any. Okay, something happened. Steam controller not ready. Run result discarded. Alrighty. And that's why, because I don't have the autoload, I believe. One second. From where does it get Steam initialized? From here. Okay, the ready occurs here. What's with the Steam bridge? Get singleton Steam. Does this return ever something? We'll see. Okay. Because the get gets called when here somewhere as well. I get the get, right? Only in ready. Let's restart it and see what's going on here. Why do I have a feeling that this is not okay? Current stats received. It doesn't currently exist in Steam SDK 1.6.1. How should I know that? Hey, Mystic Serpent! How's it going? Okay, I'm gonna ask him if everything works fine. Now he's gonna audit the files. Okay, it's saying found multiple real bugs. I see this is gonna be a waste of effing time for now. Currently, I also wanted to make like our own normal leaderboard. I'd basically install Directus. It's a simple headless CMS. Create the APIs there and call that instead of Steam. And that give me more of a backend control as well, because anyway, if we want to try to make these things secure as possible, there has to be like an instance of the game running also on the server, and then you try to somehow pass in the seed that you're running on, and the function should exist that would give you like the appropriate number, what's the max score theoretical that can be completed, and so on, and stuff like that. So this is gonna be bullshit if you ask me. Oh. Just drawing some golden stuff. That's cool. Share this stuff if you want it, dude. Ah. Some free time. And it's already starting to melt down. Of course. Fuck that and fuck everything related to AI. Vibe coding, I just hate it. I despise it. So... yeah. User stats class not found. What are you? Hi, well you gave me all the files. F it. F it. Exactly, I agree. I'm gonna take a leak. Be right back. Yo, Nicolene the Great. Kind of frustrations today. I'm thinking about like integrating the Steam controller and so on, but man, oh man, I thought that it's gonna be Vive coding stuff, you know. I don't really want to spend a lot of time on it because it's just some basic API calls, not the gameplay related stuff, I would say. Like, you know, fetching the user's avatar and so on, but it's going anything but smooth. So I think what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna probably have to go with GD script only with this one. I'm kind of getting depressed slowly because of it. So yeah, anyway, I'm gonna have to use the Steam controller anyway. But what we're gonna do with it, we're gonna heavily castrate it, I'd say. Now all of this BS that we have here gets out. Same goes for the namespace. We don't do this here. Sadly. Then what else do we have? We have this. It's going to be using Godot. Instance and all of the crap that's in here. Get out of here. I'm just gonna keep this for reference, like stats, achievements, and leaderboards. So I'm gonna know, okay, once upon a time I wanted to do this. Does this get called any time, anywhere? Not really. The global gets injected. Submit run results, okay. You go out as well. Leaving you in here. Just because. And this is getting removed. And then we had like a global. Steamworks, I believe it was called, right? The GD thingy. Now, all of this other BS. Achievement Manager, Bridge. Type, Stats Manager. What else? Leaderboard UI. Okay, okay, okay. Gonna leave this one. This one goes off, 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 off. Go away. Like that. Let's see. Now, no errors should appear. I'm gonna add the normal one. Steamworks, enable it. So this one still should be connecting to stuff. We're gonna add wrapper classes or something, I don't know. Steamworks, GD. Steam run callbacks, okay. So this will probably get printed. Let's see. Hey Poilapan, how's it going? All good? I'm also gonna like nuke this one. Yo Ziburito, hello! Nice seeing you guys here. I remember Dozy Burrito was here like a couple of days ago. Dude followed. Thanks everybody for the follow. And for the wish lists. Okay, trying to play again. Failed to build project. Why? Sorry guys, I'm snacking a bit of raisins and stuff like that. Let me just get it running. Okay, I don't think that any errors appear now. Now Steam controller is empty, that's okay, but we have like Steamworks somewhere here. Where is it? This one. Let me look for this thing here. Do we get it? Of course I have to take a look at it in the terminal. Steam enabled true. Okay, now they told me that there's like a function that, you know, you can get the interesting stuff from the player, right? So Laura Web, thank you, but that didn't really work. Let's see. Wow, this would be sad if you catch players' friends and you don't get anything returned, you know. You should display forever alone meme somewhere inside. Okay, now let's go back to the basic documentation, because there were some basic functions displayed there. Go to Steam, classes main, no. Where's getting started? Here it is. Not C#. Friends and lobbies leaderboards. This. Steam find leaderboard. Unless, okay. This will grab the first leaderboard API name in our dictionary and look for the handle. Okay. But first we have to create it somewhere, huh? So this is just like wiring stuff together, right? Avatar loaded, connect on avatar loaded. I wonder if we can simply wire them in and listen to the stuff that it wants to say. Let's see, func Wire. What a cool name. Hopefully the syntax will work. But what are the parameters of these things? I guess I'm gonna slap it here. Slap this one here and this one here. And leaderboard find result. Well, this is kind of here. I gotta learn about these things more. More examples. Does it have like a full completed class? Or only bits? Git. This is not on the GitHub, huh? Coderberg examples. Full code, please. What is this Steam kit? Oh, an achievement? No.
Technically speaking, you don't pre-T. Did I spell achieve wrong? It looks like I did, so we'll grab server that it's been and just remember that when you are achieving an achievement, make sure you check to see if
Cloud saves. Okay.
necessarily
That's gonna be needed as well.
user and then global top limit. So range around user basically means can you have negative values? It has to be around the range of numbers. And then the global top limit is just what is the top value that you can have. You set it. And now how can you actually read? Well, double click on the is if you want to get a leaderboard, you can just type Steam during that you are interested in that leaderboard. Right?
Uh-huh.
So you'll be able to
But I'm gonna get it on the get-go, you know, like daily.
the SDK works is it keeps track of what leaderboard you're interested in once you use 5 leaderboard. So it keeps track of that leaderboard, if that makes sense. But when you find your leaderboard, there's actually a callback that you can use, and that's called the leaderboard find result. So if we scroll up to our ready here, we can come in here and say Steam dot find result. Like that. So you'll see it says leaderboard dot
Come on, do you have a GitHub repo or something? Go to Steam. Suggestion box, no. Oh, I'm kind of sad because I thought that this dude's gonna have like a repository. Then you can easily check the code. Don't have to watch the video and stuff. And the handles and everything, come on. I know that there was another one specified GWiz. Does this one have anything? GitHub, please? Why you know GitHub?
Hello, I'll be use Steam leaderboards like in 04. This is where it says achievements, different items on the despite descending. We'll keep numeric the same and the rest of the values the same. And finally, press create. And after reloading the page, you'll see we have our high score, and we can even view scores from here. Back in Godot now, we need to reference our leaderboard object. To do this, create a new variable called handle to print results. A function, we need to create this function called leaderboard result, and we need to pass in 2 arguments. And I'm actually do board handle. And now let's check if found. It will set our board handle variable to handle. And we'll go ahead and print leaderboard found. And if it wasn't found,
Pico is actually the Deidre. Yeah. The Deidre.
print leaderboard not found. And now in our ready function, we'll call Steam.find leaderboard. So found. The game to show the other. Let's say 4. So let's just do reload the connection. We'll call function leaderboard scores. We'll pass it message.
So like to have functions to get player data if he purchased the game. Dun, 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 dun. Yo, how far did you get, Logan? Otherwise, You were playing without cartridges, right? Okay, get player name, get player Steam ID, get player level. Everything's in now. Now we're gonna see what's gonna happen. Hmm. Yep, there are several API mismatches in that code. Well, thank you. I beat the cameras. I got to round 9 out of 9 on the second optional arena, and the caverns and the fire dino spawned like 2 inches away from me. Well, then you came pretty far, dude. So it is kind of beatable, isn't it? See? That's pretty cool. Now initialized Steam gets cold. Virus signals as well. I want to get player name. Okay. That's like from Steam Works. How can I get... Node. I think it's something like that, if I'm not mistaken. Global Steamworks. I'm gonna slap it up here. I'm gonna tell it to make me a wrapper class for the C#. First we're gonna test it out if it's working, if it's connecting and stuff. What is it called? I'm gonna first print the thing out, let's see. Print Steam works. Boom, we're gonna stop here and then we're gonna say Steam works. I think it's called and the thing we have to pass in is this. Do I get back this? Can this happen or is this going to explode? Probably explode, but we're gonna try. Anyway. So this is test stuff. Disabling it. Logan says, took me over an hour and a half up to that point because I was whittling down enemies trying to get Goater to get the final kill. Ah, so you kind of wanted to level him up. See? The strategy becomes interesting, right? And more things become dependent on the loot that you get. And rooms. Okay, now. Did it start? It didn't. F5. Where's this leaderboard UI? I think I thought that I kind of deleted that. I guess I didn't. Now it should be gone. Come on. Come on, fellas, start. I deleted these things. Do you like the idea that you have to beat it? The star under the coins is actually how many skill points and everything you have. How the hell is this null? How the hell? It's kind of a reminder that you can spend some stuff, you know, so that you don't have to keep constant track of it by opening the inventory. It's up there, you know. It adds a bit to the game, doesn't it? Ah, capital case. I think this is the problem. Yep. I think it should kind of work now. If I'd be very good at art, I'd draw so many cool ending slides. I mean, I had the visions in my eyes and everything, but sadly I just suck at drawing. It's something to draw pixels on the dimension 16 by 16, you know. Okay, we got it. Now, I want to know if something's gonna happen here. Because I used a similar API for the dialogue manager. What happens now? Evo! Evo, it works! Ha ha! Fifi! I got it back. They call me Fifi. Big success. Good, I can do this call. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna have like this GD script communicating with the Steam, but to the code where I need, I'm gonna be communicating. I'm gonna make a wrapper. And by I mean I'm gonna delegate. You make me a wrapper, Mr. LLM. And nullify fall damage. Fifi, yes. I usually write it like that. Fifi. Dun-dun-dun-dun. See? This is for what I love using LLM. LLM. But it says I'm out of free messages. He's so nice to me. But check it out. Now we have these things in here. Let me just see. Why do you complain, Array? What the hell? Using system. Aha. The global is being injected. Good. So you do the heavy lifting and I call you. Alrighty. Submit daily score. What's the base name? The base name, I think it's the one with the seed and everything included, or 1 second. Find the result. Fetch daily, fetch all-time scores. Okay, 1 second. Can convert the dictionaries into proper C# objects. Yes. Now it's good. And the test stuff, we're gonna submit a high score. Await global Steam controller. This one. 1000. And then I want to kind of get daily leaderboard name. Yeah, that's probably creating the timestamp that I've added to it. Get daily leaderboard name. I'm gonna pass this one in. Okay. What's the base? Why do you need a base name? Daily base name. Okay, I'm gonna submit something retarded just like that. And then get daily leaderboard name. No, get daily. This one. Submit, but I want to get it now. Fetch it. Fetch, of course. And we call the base name AAA. So we're gonna see if we get something back. Fetch daily scores. And only the name has to be passed in. Right. Come on, fetch. How many? 20. All good. There's an async counterpart to it as well. Of course it is. But this gets stored in something. Let's print the result. Okay. So submit high score is gonna happen on the ready. And I arrange 0, 10,000 something. When we're gonna be like submitting testing, I want to see different results. But get UTC daily string. What is that? Get daily leaderboard name. Why are you like that? Daily and it passes in base. Why do I have to pass base name? Huh. Why? Base name. Sorry about not reading. Still here. 5. Is that a work? No. Exactly, no. You know why I love it? Because I didn't want to write the wrapper, you know, like get daily leaderboard name so I can... It's basically... We can call this glue, right? It's gluing the Steamworks GD and Steam controller that I'm gonna use in the C# together. So what it's doing under the hood, it's calling the GD script, which then communicates with the plugin. That's why. That's why I went with that. Something happened. Superpowered man just followed. Thanks very much for the follow. It means a lot. A lot. Yeah. Trying to add like the leaderboards and so on. That's how it is. Okay, so far so good. Because the base name in your design handle for a whole leaderboard family, not a Steam requirement. Steam only cares about the final string. Ah, I get it. Daily run. Aha. You pass daily run. Daily time slice leaderboard, weekly, week bucket leaderboard. Okay. Okay, okay. Fetch daily scores. Wait a second. But why do you still need the daily scores? Base name. It's probably the date, huh? I think this one should just have... Wouldn't be better? Okay. Base name is not leaderboard name. Yeah. It wants... Logan, have a great one. Catch some great Z's. What I'm trying to do is, why the hell does it want me to pass in the base name? Why would I do that? If it's fetch daily scores async. This is just sloppy. This should handle the base name inside the function if it's a daily or something, you know. So I'm arguing with it a bit. Okay. No, it's retarded. Okay. It's making me anxious again. Why the fuck? Yes, it basically, you know that Godot has like a plugin which has like Steamworks integrated and so on, but that thing is only wired to GDScript, and I was kind of thinking, you know, I'm gonna have auto-loaded scene, Steamworks, and this is gonna be connecting to all the stuff and handling all of that crappity crap that I have to handle. So I spat it into LLM and it gave me a couple of functions which are okay. I said it, you know, I want this, I want that. Good. I don't want to write a lot of boilerplate code, but some of its design decisions I'm heavily questioning, because why did it do it that way? Especially, okay, I have the player data here. That's what I wanted to get. Get player name, Steam ID, that's all good. But I've said it that I want to have the date helpers, like for a daily date. It's going to submit, for example, let's say 2026, month 05, day, I don't know, 22. So that's going to be submitted. Now, it gave me like silentwolf.com. What is that? Scores and leaderboards and so on. I saw a couple of those things, but didn't use them. I just wanted to kind of, you know, integrate it with Steam, because in the future I'm definitely spinning up my own server. I'm gonna host Directus or something like that, because I want to add some additional validations how the score is being submitted, because I have a feeling that, yeah, you know, people are dicks from time to time. They're gonna be cheating, of course, because that's how it's possible. Most definitely. And then Steam allows you that you kind of have only the authorization to call their servers from a specific server. Now that's going to be the next point in security, but that's coming in the early access itself, not before, you know. Then the other thing is that you have to validate somehow also if the player could achieve that score that he's submitting and so on. So that's another thing that we're gonna have to handle. Yeah. Anyway, and then also we can do from that server, we can set the global seeds or something, because currently I want to set the seed based on the date, UTC date only. That's gonna be the seed for daily run, and that's it. But the good thing is that you can ignore the cheaters and idiots if you filter the leaderboards only by your friends as well. So, those who need to ask, do you code in Godot language? In GDScript, I coded before, but for this I'm using LLM for the functions. You should have seen me code like 2 hours ago. I couldn't get anywhere for the indentations and anywhere like that, you know. In terms of, it has specific style, so if you use spaces, not okay, and so on. That's what's breaking me. So what I'm doing is I'm splitting this in GDScript and I'm making it write me the helper classes like a glue wrapper class here. So that's what I want to do, you know. So I'm gonna call these things in my game itself, and this is going to be responsible for calling this, which is communicating with the plugin itself, because I really don't want to do that. And for these things, I think that LLM is quite useful. But now what I'm looking at is, yeah, it seems rough, right? I know. Get daily leaderboard name. There are like helper functions that have been added that I've ordered it to. And that's okay. So submit daily score is here. But why does it want me to pass in the base name? I don't effing get it. What the hell? What do you want me as a base name? I really don't effing get it. Base name would be useful if I would have like let me check this one out. Get daily leaderboard name. So it returns me daily, but base name what? Because I have get UTC daily string, and that's okay. That UTC daily string, that's gonna be like the seed itself, right? See, it's returning me. Yeah. 04, that's 4 digits of a year, 2 digits of a month, and 2 digits of a day. So why do you do this to me? It could be simply daily. At least I have a feeling. Because I don't want to modify this one. Now I completely misunderstood something, that's also a possibility, but get all-time leaderboard name. So we're gonna have to submit also in a weekly in all of them. 3 calls in the end. Okay, I get it. But base name what? Yo. Now that I think about it, you know, we can still split the leaderboards in difficulty types, like easy, medium, and hard. So that's a thing. That's when the base name would come in handy, maybe. Easy daily, easy weekly. Yeah, it would make sense to separate them. Because balancing this, like what is fair, what isn't fair, this is kind of sucky. So now I get the reason for the base name. Okay. But instead of base name, I'm gonna rename this to difficulty. How many base names do I have? 18, what the fuck? Fetch daily scores, difficulty. Yeah. Base name. So it's gonna say easy daily or daily easy, I don't know. So far so good. Now this name, base name. Slapping the difficulty, now this makes sense. But here, I'm gonna do a conversion a bit. So I submit this thing here and difficulty, and the difficulty that's being passed is like the string name. Okay. Now doing the lookup every time is kind of boring. Huh. Game controller, I have difficulty somewhere here. Easy, normal, hard. It'd be fun if this would convert it to simply to string. Then I can mirror to which one we're submitting as well, simply. Let me give him an instruction. Add, change the parameter. Enum. Seems good. Okay. So we're gonna be converting these things to strings. Because then I can simply say no difficulty call, and doing the conversions, this has to happen here. It's so freaking useless. So freaking useless. Yeah. And it's lazy, man. I have to do the hard work. Manual labor. Why the hell? Why treat me like that? Call. Let's rename these. Packers. Like this. What did I rename this one as well, huh? Yow. So far, so good. I think so. Let's see how many things explode. Probably some. We don't care now. I just want to see the test stuff that we have here. I print out the result. Submit daily score. Okay. We're gonna slap in the easy one. Difficulty type. Difficulty type easy. And I get back the easy one. And I wanna see the result somewhere here. Sorry about that. Going insane slowly. Okay. Slappity slap slap slap. Let's see what happens. Coffee time! That's awesome. Now, you're mentioning coffee time for me or for yourself? I see that the weekend's gonna be fun. But I can't wait to compete against the friends, you know, in the game itself. So they're gonna be, alright, keep your secrets when I'm gonna be dominating the battlefield. Res. Count. Dictionary. Score. 582. 5,821. Okay. Yo, that's the first one. Good. Now, we should have like 2 results when we get back. The 20 results will have to be returned in this case. Finally, we're getting somewhere. For the love of God, I was having a bit of a crisis earlier because I didn't know if I want to use the GD script plugin or then they have like a wrapper class for the whole thing, and I think that this Frankenstein that I'm maintaining now is gonna be okay for what we have to do. Okay, if we go back here and if we restart, this is going to be resubmitted again, and we're gonna have 2 entries, right? Why is there only 1 entry? Let me check it out. Aha, maybe it got overridden. Maybe it keeps a track only of 1 per user. That makes sense, so it doesn't like spam through. Is that possible? Are they that advanced? That smart? Let me check it out. If I have the leaderboard, Steam games, that's somewhere in the Steams themselves. There's like if I check the pre-release or this, I think the playtest and everything have shared, right? Configure achievements, team community items. Wait up. Achievements leaderboards, okay. View scores. Hello! Hello, mama. Look at that. History in the making. We have it. Fifi. And is this gonna change if the RNG is gonna be bigger? So it's 5,821. Now if this is like bigger, so it's picking a number between 0 and 10,000. 5,917. Okay, now this should update as well. Hello? Yes! It lives, it works. Love it. Now I wonder... Oh, I can also delete the thing. Great powers, great responsibility. Finally some mood uplifter with a thing. Good. Okay. Okay, some curators are asking for the keys. And they're providing like the curator through the Steam access, so I know they're not fake. Like 2 to 3 of them. I'm happy about it. Good guys, I'm happy. Have to admit it. Now we just have to get this stuff so we can submit it and we can fetch it. But the thing that we're gonna have to do is like submit it to all leaderboards. So if we have Steamworks, Steam controller, we're gonna do this. Submit daily, submit submit weekly, submit all time. Good. So these are the async ones. I'm not gonna call them because that's gonna make like... maybe I'm gonna have to await them, at least in the UI somehow. Or somewhere, we'll see. But what we're gonna do is... we're gonna say... public void submit all scores. I think that it doesn't rewrite the leaderboard, that's why it's called high score, right? I don't have to refetch it and then then submit the new one and so on. At least I think so. They should have the validation logic on the Wolf side. Submit all scores, and we're just gonna do this here. This function calls all 3 of them, and all 3 of them handle the submission correctly to each leaderboard. So submit daily score. The parameters are same, so it's difficulty and score. Like this. 3. You know, it's just a matter that we are submitting them, and then we can make the player filter the leaderboards. But I know there's like an option somewhere, I'm sure of it, that you can somehow filter the leaderboards only from the friends, right? We're gonna have to submit this one a bit later, but we're gonna include it as well. And by default, I know that there was something regarding the 20. Count 20, this one. 25. So this is a default. That's gonna be smaller. We're gonna say 8. We'll see how many rows can we get to the front end. 25. Okay, we'll see. So far so good. Now we have to do the same thing for the asyncs. If we want to await something. There we go. And I think we just have to set async here and do await. And then we have to return. What do we have to return? Something. Okay. For now, the simplicity comes in first. Now I'm gonna try to test stuff, and I'm gonna slap this one in. Submit all scores async. And now this should be written in 3 leaderboards. Makes sense? It's gonna fetch only the daily one, but that's okay. We can look, inspect what's going on here in the leaderboard section. Because there's the possibility to kind of... this is easy daily. There's gonna be weekly. Weekly will have a different name, I believe. Okay, I think it's submitting something. Okay, something happened already. Here we go. Easy all time, 1 entry, 2,568. This one should be highest here. Yeah, 5,917. This is the one that we receive now. And the weekly is going to be probably also this one. Yeah, works as expected. We have this covered. So we're basically submitting the score to 3 leaderboards, and Valve actually then filters it out. And that's freaking awesome. So it's getting also the correct number. Easy, weekly. What is that? How does it calculate week? Probably in a good way. Love it. Finally some motivation to work again on this thing. Yo. One second. Wish list. This one. Hey, thank you everybody for wishlisting the game. I see that we have 3 additional wishlists today. Hopefully we can get to 500 by the release. We're still far away, but I mean, we're grinding. We're grinding, peeps. Okay. Now this one was added. Now we have to make the interface how to communicate with the leaderboard itself. And I was kind of thinking about slapping it to this thing. But maybe, just maybe, I don't know. That's gonna be too much of text for everything. Alrighty then. Aha, so Dozy Burrito says, I really like how you have done the weapons animation. They sort of float at the player. Uh-huh. Thank you. Thank you very much for the kind words. I think we've experienced crash. That's okay. I'm really happy to report that the game doesn't crash to people otherwise when they're playing. I usually have some editor issues from time to time, and that's probably because of the custom inspector plugins and so on. Sorry for bumping that. So we have Steam controller here, which is ready and good. And now I'm thinking, in Reynard, my old game, I can show you guys. This is my first big project that I had like in game development. It means a lot to me now that I play it. It's a bit clunky. I feel it's clunkier than it usually was. It has its own issues on Linux, but this was the thing back in the day. Now Lands of Fury is predating this thing. Here I didn't even have the weapon animations. I was pretending that you have like a gauntlet from which you shoot, you know, and swing. And with what we're actually going for the leaderboards is this. You see, I even had like a wardrobe. I had casual clothes, pot hater, you know, blink blink, wink wink, who this was back in the day. Raccoon costume. And then the secret one was Santa Claus. And the portal only opened near the Christmas holidays. It happens every single year. I have coded in a function that when it's near Christmas, you have a candy cane portal here and you can go fight the Santa. And if you defeat him, you can play as a Santa Claus. And there is bunny costume somewhere else, but I don't know where it is. So, with leaderboard, see, I had like a bookshelf of wisdom. What do you want to check out? Then you had the ability to check out the achievements. See, the UI is here broken because of the Linux renderer. But I'm gonna do something similar for achievements. And leaderboard was like that. Leaderboards. And then you had like Green League, Orange League, Indigo League. Different leagues. And on the all-time left, you had a high score for that, and for today, you see, the game is pretty much that. They don't play it. But once upon a time, this was quite popular. I mean, quite between the friends. And they were quite some stats, so on. So I wonder how we're gonna interact with it, because currently from the lore's perspective we have like, oh, here are the perks and so on. No, in these games a lot of times I drew the main characters and the skins and so on, but a lot of things were bought, like these asset packs. These are from Elton. That was, I think that we've came so far with Lands of Fury. regarding the gameplay. This one was more like Isaac-like. By the way, I chose the wrong perk. I don't really have the melee hit now. I only have a bow. Yo, they're gonna get me, huh? And it was super hard game. Everything hates me here. Oh, something's going on. Somebody's following. Metensis, just follow. Thanks for the follow. Means a lot. Highly appreciate it. Yeah, basically this was the game. Then you had the whole tower defense section area as well, which was pretty cool, I have to admit. But I really suck at it. So I'm thinking about kind of making a bundle, you know, with Lance of Fury and Reynard. Here you could buy different turrets. And here's the big lore somewhere. This spear. Dario left from this spear. Who knows when he'll return. That's a tribute to a friend of mine. And in the early access we're gonna introduce him and Lance of Fury. And here's a secret. Like a health potion hiding behind it. Man, I worked on this game with my friend Bustian. I also added a tribute to him in the game. Basically, the dwarf that's your first companion is based on him, I'd say. Anyway, back to work. Test stuff. So, test level. This is what I'm gonna be testing for the ending, so don't mind this. But I'm thinking about what could we add? You know, this Pandora is like... It's like, how should I say, a thing connected to the lore. It also shows you stats and so on, but I don't want to wrap it up. Like... You know, clamp too many things in the same place. So if we go and interact with this thing. I have an idea. And you guys are gonna tell me if this is smart or not. Basically, how about we make a tree? We reshape it a bit so it's gonna be different. And it's gonna be interactable. And it's gonna be like, you know, when the people carve like their names on tree and so on. You're gonna interact with it. So it's gonna say... Some people wrote some numbers on this tree. And then it's gonna be wink wink. It's a daily run thing. Start the daily run, and then the second and third options are gonna be like check the leaderboards and so on. So Dozy Burritos says, what about the tournament hall or something for the leaderboards? That's also possible, but it's much more work. Tournament hall, and I kind of want to wrap it in the lore. You know, you're like in the middle of the glade currently. Now this is a big spoiler, you shouldn't see this till the end. But you wake up somewhere here, because this dwarf saved you and you have to go all the way up the mountain. So that's what's going on. And what I'm leaning on is, really, the more I think about it, a tree with a bit of wood carved out. And maybe a trophy sign on it, something like that. And you know, okay, somebody wrote something big here. It's a possibility. Or what else? Huh. Let's try this idea for quick. Hey. And this is what I was working on. I was drawing this one. Basically, the main character I drew in layers, so I can easily swap out heads. Okay, this was the first attempt. I went with this one. Then you have Fox, which is tribute to Reynard. I still have to add this swapping in, but it's cool for testing out. I can easily see how each armor fits on everything and so on. I have to add the mage in. Metal crown. Froggy. Okay, I think those were decorations. So not units. Somewhere here we have big decorations. Interactables. I think not. Or I could reuse. Wait a minute. I have like these things. They could be also as a point of interaction. They are usually for receiving rewards, penalties, and so on. And the fox is usually assigned for the difficulty. He's juggling the dice. Maybe this could be in the glade itself, because it appears throughout the world as well. Just thinking about it out a lot. If I'm reusing, the fox would be the most appropriate one because, you know, HyperFox Studios. How could I make him special? That he will be differentiated from this one. I'm happy with this drawing, I have to admit. It ain't bad. Maybe he could be holding something, a paper or something like that. Or a book. You can't remove it. Huh. Oh, by the way, I can fix this now. Logan last time complained. Gave the recommendation that the stack is wrong. Or I'm gonna copy and paste this one. Better. Come on, 1 pixel. I don't believe I can shave this one off. It's not gonna look good. Instead of having 4, I could maybe go with only 3. This is much better. And here I wanted to draw like a storage one. We'll work on it a bit later. Anyway. Yesterday we were drawing some books. And this is in items. See, a lot of things I drew here myself, I have to admit it. Maybe the golden one is going to be held up here. It's gonna levitate. So he's gonna be holding this. We're gonna redraw the icon. I'm gonna slap on some kind of a... What is it called? UI Atlas? No, I have UI elements somewhere. Sprites. UI elements, this is the one. Here we have a trophy. I want to see if I can put it up here. And that's currently too big. I wonder if we can make it somehow minimalistic, you know. That it's gonna be visible. Okay, this is a trophy. Small trophy. And I think it has to be on even number side. Kinda don't like the contrast yet. How it looks. So maybe the color of the book is going to change. Maybe we could have the blue one. Maybe a bit lower. I think it looks decent like a trophy. We'll see, maybe. No, not like that. So there have to be holes in it. So I'm imagining it like this is gonna be floating up here. And you're gonna interact with it. Yep, this is it. We just need a separate thing, definitely. We can't rely completely on Pandora for it to, you know, like be responsible for all the navigation stuff. So it's gonna be added into the game itself. Maybe. Could somehow make it a bit more overgrown. Because the ones in the dungeon, they're actually, you know, more protected from the weather effects, I'd say. But this one? Maybe on this glade is for a long time, so it's telling a story. This is something old. And then the fox somehow evaluates your performance as well. Yeah, adding moss to it. I'm not sure if you watched everything Solocorium, but this dude is gonna be like... I think this is too bright. He's gonna be holding the... He's gonna be interaction when you want to start the daily run. So, this is gonna be floating as his hand in the base. You come to it, you can check the leaderboards, and start the daily run. I didn't. Is it good? I think that's enough. Uh-huh. Reminds you of the game. Okay, this is going to be normal here. I wonder if we can put the fox shrine, but we're gonna call him. Hall of Fame statue or something. Or even simpler, Fox Camp statue. Okay, this one goes here. Yo, before that I want to see 32 by 40, okay. $32 by 40. Kind of sad that you can't really drag it like that. The selection. By 40. So far so good. Did you play the game otherwise? What's the biggest critique? You mentioned something regarding the tutorial, right? Trophy book. And what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna move this one back. Aha! Something cutesy in it. That's okay. Now Let's slap in trophy book. This one. So it's 16 by 16, positioned in the middle, like that. And what this thing is gonna do is we're gonna make it levitate. So it's gonna levitate like this. And we have to add some magic particles to the thing. It's like it can't be broken or something. I still can't tell you enough how as an imposter syndrome I have, because I drew this fox and I like it a lot. How could I make something so cool? Sorry about it. I'm tapping myself on my back, on my shoulders. Yeah, it's not a thing I usually do, you know. And statue must have light blue glow required. Yes, I was thinking about something magical. I just wonder how badly it's gonna take the attention, you know, in the forest. I mean, it would make sense if the three most interactable things are like here. So I don't slap him somewhere down, like in opposite direction. But then again, it could act more mysteriously if this is somewhere down here, you know? Or I don't know. Where should I position you, fella? Current entrance position isn't that bad. But I'm more of a symmetry guy. Maybe I could put this tree away. And slap it like this. What do you guys think? Yeah, oh, I want to hide it just. And then the old dude would be standing somewhere here rather than somewhere else. It will have something wise, probably, like... You can't take its book, but... Your name can get written in it or something like that. It holds the name of great adventurers. I don't know, something like that. It's gonna be... You know, just to add fun to it. Yeah, the old dude have something wise sounding dialogue that... Well, the dude is responsible for selling you stuff. Like companion skills. So he's not obsolete, you know. Oh, cracking my back. Okay, what if I take away... Oh my god, the dog is... That's also a possibility, this edge here, somewhere. I take away the... thing. So here's Izzy then, in that place. Let's see how it goes. I have to let out the doggy. Just a second. Script inherits from native type area 2D, so it can be assigned to an object of type no 2D. What did I do here? What did I do? My golly. Fox statue? Bunny statue? Oh no. I think that the fox will act more mysteriously. It's gonna be on the side. I'm just gonna remove the ship for now. What the shit, Siliconium? You really want me something wise in it, huh? Me is so wise. Hey hey ha ha. I'm gonna remove the ship. There we go. And small bright bush 9. You get away for now. And this is crafting big leafy tree for. Also, off the screen you go. Maybe position it something like this. Okay. So it's not too empty here. Maybe only one more. No, it's in the way. Okay. Now, what should I name you? Fox Camp statue. Okay. Okay, then you're gonna be a Fox Camp statue. What can I do with you? Scripts. There we go, Fox Camp statue. Now the particles. Spore, spit, void, soul drain, no. Wait a minute, in mushroom I know that I have something. And here, special interactable particles. Let's go with this one. Okay, I think it's going to be a child of a trophy sprite. So it's radiating a bit of energy. It adds a bit to the scenery. I just wonder if I want to show it immediately or after a while. Maybe after you, I don't know, complete couple of runs. Not complete them, but maybe only after. No, but this has to be here already. I'll see. So the Korim says, by the way, is it like commenting for people to generally not be good at mental math? I have a small circle, so I thought I would ask before I come to some conclusions about the heavy AI user at the workplace. Still Solodroma, hello! There you go. Use GD scrub, bro. No! I don't wanna. I don't wanna, dude. Heavily invested in C#. Why do I know your nickname? It feels familiar and I don't know why. Why is that? There's something. Ready. Yeah, right? It makes sense though, Ziburito. Also. No, the nickname is... I don't know. It's something that rings a bell from somewhere and I don't know why. Don't really know. I might be mistaken, you know. Big probability. Okay. So, Dozy Burrito said that it would make sense that we only display the trophy after a while. And I agree with that. But then Mr. Solacorium was also saying something regarding the circle math? No. I have a small circle, so Mental math. Mental math, that's like... Explain it to me, buddy. Like... Computing in the head? If I'm not... mistaken, I don't know. Trophies fright. Void, private void. Privat. And the frickin' tween. Always have to look it up because I don't remember thing or two how it gets done. Great, tween, something. Okay. Hello. I think we can steal stuff from the chest with tween stuff here. Levitate item tween. Hello. Hello, come on, come on. Open up. Where are you declared? Here you are. Tween book. Copy the cup. Slip sap soup. Tween. Do we kill it? No. Trophies fried. Set loop 0. Okay. We start this. Why not reveal my face? Because I'm picking my nose all the time. I had my face revealed a long time ago. But, you know. You know how it is. The freedom goes away. Mm-hmm. Exactly. So this position is transform -5 to what? How far are we gonna lift it? To -8. -5 to -8. Yeah, let's go -5 to -8. Just a second. -5 to -8. That seems good. Slovenian Steve Warrior, exactly. They call me extender. Okay, I'm not gonna do that. Slovenian Steve Warrior. Jesus, man, you're making me blush. It's 1 PM already. Jesus. Might wanna cook something. And then I still have to implement the scoring system in the game. That's gonna be interesting as well. Okay, it's levitating. I think it should be levitating a bit, I don't know, ease in, ease out, something like that. Huh. And maybe a bit higher, so from -5 we're lifting it to -6 because it's going too low down. -6 to -8 seems good, but teeny weeny bit faster, 1.5. Where's the easing stuff? In, out, okay. Yeah, it kind of is jittery because it's a very slow move, I'd say. At least that's what I'm getting the feeling of. Set ease. Coin pickup. Jesus, what was this? Bounce. Sign. Set ease. Set trance. This? Trance? This has to be it probably, huh? Here we go. Dun-dun-dun-dun. Feels a bit better, easing up and easing down. I'm not sure about its speed yet. Maybe even slower. But that's very small transition, I'd say. I don't know, let's say -5 was good, and 2 was good as well. I just maybe didn't like that transition. You the one I asked you about that you're going to release your game this month. Yeah. Gonna release it. No more options. But the dude still has a lot of work to do. Yo! I don't know. We gotta progress forward. I'm sure of it. So there's like almost a full circle around us. That's interesting. Bryn, Lilith, Gotar, Anton, Izzy, Anna. And first when you wake up you only see this, this and this. And then we slowly add. Okay. I think I'm loading Cavernous Depths, right? Because I tested this one before. Yeah, oh, I think I do. There we go. I'm gonna send her. Into the fray you go, little woman. Go fight for me. What is a Didrahol? Well, you know, if you'd read You'd know. Otherwise, the Deidras are these dragon-like creatures, worm-like creatures. They dig them. Eh? So who told you this? Anton probably, right? Or no? Here you have, what is this pink creature? What exactly is a Deidra? Deidra is an ancient serpent-like beast native to Metra slopes. So they're responsible for tunneling and creating like the runes. So a lot of factions basically traverse the Metra mountain because they want to get as much runes as possible. It's a valuable thing in the Empire. That's like a bigger world than Lands of Fury that you don't explore currently. You're only exploring like this part, the mountain climb itself. Yeah, you could kind of say like that, or maybe like a worm from Dune itself, you know, in a way. But I'd say it's more of Hydra. See, he's sleeping now. But then if you start the game, he's awake and he doesn't let down his head until you clear the monsters and so on. And then you can progress. If it makes sense. Shai Hulud. Something like that, right? Okay, now we have to make it interactable. When you come here, you press E. What's gonna happen? We're gonna pop up some menu, which is gonna be probably this wide. Or even wider. We could do that. You could take up the whole screen because you can only access this in the camp and you're not in danger about anything. So it could be like wide like this and split in half maybe. So then we could have like... But if I implement buttons and so on, I don't want to do the fucking filtering. Sorry about swearing. Now, the biggest thing I hate is definitely working on UI. I just don't like working on freaking UI. And I spend a lot of time on it. I think that the thing that I made here is decent. It's not bad. I mean, you can navigate on it and everything. It's okay. But, like, the user experience, you know. I'm just... yeah. So, maybe something like this opens up. And then how we split it. All time, daily and weekly. Yeah. Weekly has to be added. Because weekly kind of gets you motivated. Okay, I'm gonna throw this bastard down. Thinking about it. Thinking about it. Yeah. In Reynard, I had something like this for achievements. Long time ago. Don't mind the dots. So I had all time. Okay. Should I add like filters, friends, all? maybe as well I try to keep it simple, and then once we're progressing forward, I'm starting to complicate it a bit more. I think I'm gonna do it like that. And I'm gonna do it, but guys, I gotta go cook. Okay? So I'm gonna wrap the stream, I'm gonna work in the evening again. But yeah. Can we rate somebody? Somebody known up online? Thanks, Holocorium. Hyperons and corn. Jackie Coates. Let's follow and let's raid. 1 second.
Damn.
Then I write raid. And that's it, and I leave. Bye, dude. Did I write it correctly? I don't know.
Damn, that looks like 3D. Wait, so what even is the origin story of Farkness Balls? I was working on a game that was called Logcraft, and then I changed it to Darkness Falls, and then someone's Shadow Queen in the chat called it Farkness Balls. And then someone made that song.
Ah, raid in progress. Okay. Raid now. And I GTFO. Bye, guys.